I'm going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to remain standing for the national anthem of the host country of IATF 2021, South Africa. Please remain standing for the anthem of the African Union.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together.
Could I ask you to play that one more time, please, from the top?
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together.
I think, I apologize, we may be having some technical difficulties. I'm sure that will be fixed. Give me a thumbs up if you can play it again. One last time, please.
Let us all unite and celebrate together.
I think we're going to have to abandon that. I apologize for the technical difficulties. We will soldier on.
To rise together, to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can now take your seats. We're going to begin with a presentation, a performance by the Creative Africa Nexus. This is a powerful poem on Pan-Africanism by the poet D.K. Chukwumerigi. D.K. Chukwumerigi. Give him a round of applause, please.
Hello. Let me begin with the words of a song that began life in the dirt, in the dust, under the jackboots of oppression. Let me begin with the words of a song that defied slavery, persevered through racism, was passed down in hope from generation to generation, rose through struggle to become the undisputed anthem of the Pan-African liberation movement. Let me begin with the words of a song that clawed its way out of the pits, inspiring loveness, inspiring an unbreakable fraternity for freedom. Let me begin with the words of a song that began life in the mouth of a man of faith, as a heartfelt prayer to the Almighty God to look with kindness, to look with favor upon this black earth. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, permit me to begin with the words of this song. Nkosi sikele li Afrika, malupanga isu pondo wayo, yizwa imitanga soetu, kosi sikelela tena lusapuayo. For like Enoch Sontonga before me, I too want to start all this by saying, God bless this land, the cradle of mankind, where our humanity took its first steps, where Eve is buried, where Adam is buried, where the Garden of Eden somewhere lies buried. A land of rivers, of forests and hills, of blistering deserts and snow-capped mountains, where the footprints of our humanity's first immigrants out of Africa across the Red Sea, where the footprints of our humanity's first explorers, our first adventurers, where the footprints of our humanity's firsts are buried. This is motherland. Where the confluence of rivers gave birth to civilizations, Egypt, with its pyramids of stone, with its mathematics inspired by looking up at the stars. Did you not know that Europe is a descendant of Rome, and Rome is a descendant of Greece, and Greece is a descendant of Egypt? This is motherland. Where the journeys of rivers gave birth to civilizations, Nok, there by the banks of the Niger, Nok, with its terracotta sculptures, with its cosmopolitan cities scattered across the broad chest of the Nigerian shield, Nok, that in the age of stone invented the working of iron. Did you not know that creativity is not an expatriate on this continent? No, we do not need to be taught how to innovate. We only need to remember that the Kushites created their own alphabets, that Swahili is the manifestation of a long history of intercontinental diplomacy, that Timbuktu was a city of libraries and philosophy, and the Kingdom of Congo evolved its own Afrocentric version of Christianity. Did you not know that innovation did not arrive here on a boat? It is as indigenous to this land as Anansi the spider, as ancestral as the worship of ancestors, as natural to us as the polyrhythmic nature of our music, the way we clap our hands in worship, creating beats that traveled across the seas in defiance of slavery to give birth to jazz, to the blues, to hip-hop, to rap. Did you not know that Paranaway, Paranaway, Parana? Did you not know that capoeira is a descendant of Orisha? This is motherland. This melting pot of cultures, from Berber to Zulu, but belonging to one Ubuntu. You see, our bones testify that we are the children of Imhotep, that African man who inspired a European god, that we are the children of Taitu Betul, rallying the heart of Menelik at the Battle of Adwa, that we are the children of Nzinga, woman and warrior, leader and queen, that we are Shaka, That we are the Shona kings that built great Zimbabwe, that we are Abubakar. Did you not know that long before Christopher Columbus did it, Abubakar of Mali sailed across the Atlantic? Did you not know that we arrived the Americas first as explorers? This is motherland. You see, our bones testify that the diversity in our genes is the oldest on earth. That our bodies is the earth in which the tree of humanity is rooted. For humanity to understand its origins, humanity must understand us. We are buried in the foundations of this world. For our bodies were bound in slavery to build it. Our blood poured out in slavery to build it. Our bones broken in slavery to build it. Our people, men, women, and children thrown overboard into the black Atlantic to build it. We are buried with dragons and dinosaurs in the foundations of this world. We should be extinct, but we are not. For like the Kalahari, like the Niger, like the Atlas, like the Limpopo, like the Kilimanjaro, we are resilient. Yes, we lag. Pushed back by others in their desire to leap forward. Yes, we lag. Shackled by the chains of that self-hate, that inferiority complex, those tribalisms and divisions exacerbated by colonialism. Yes, we lag. Mired in poverty and youth unemployment, in mediocrity and the corruption and state-sponsored terrorism of so many governments made in the images of the colonial regimes they replaced. Yes, we lag. Living in mental states where the Kwanzaa refuses to shake hands with the Naira, where the Rand says to the shilling, I know you not. Yes, we lag. But our heaviest chains today are self-wrought, and the key to our liberation is within reach. All it takes is to bring back to memory the words of that great prophet. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. To free our minds and look beyond Anglophone. To look beyond Francophone and Lusophone. To look beyond Pidgin and Patois. Beyond Yoruba and Lingala, to look beyond colored and Indian, to look beyond black and white, to look beyond Christian and Muslim and see that ultimately, in the eyes of the world, we are all African. For we bear the same stigma and carry the same cross. And to find the one redemption, we must stand together as one. Like this, let us start up. Rumbling out of cities like Lagos and Nairobi like this. Let us stand up. Breaking out of cities like Cape Town and Cairo like this. Let us turn up. Carried forward by the determination of our young and restless to follow their passions into greatness like this. Let us link up. Stretching hands of friendship over rivers of blood and division like this. Sons and daughters of Africa. Descendants of Makeba and Nkrumah and Bembela like this. Let us rise. Like the words of that song that began life in the dirt. Under the jackboots of oppression. That kept the faith through decades of suppression. That rose through struggle to become the undisputed anthem of that battle to liberate man from the inhumanity of man. Like this, let us rise. Like the words of that song that began life in the mouth of a humble man of faith as a heartfelt prayer to the Almighty God to look with kindness, to look with favor upon this black earth. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, permit me to close with the words of that song. For like Enoch Sontonga before me, I too want to end it all by saying, God bless Africa. May her glory be lifted high. Hear our prayer, O Lord, and bless us, your children. Thank you.
I said it was going to be powerful, and that was powerful. Another round of applause, please. A wonderful poem on Pan-Africanism. Your Excellency, our host, the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, heads of state, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, Chairman of the IATF Advisory Council and former President of Nigeria, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, His Excellency, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, our host, the President of Afreximbank, Professor Orama, honorable ministers and policymakers, private sector titans, members of the press, distinguished guests, good morning and welcome to Durban, South Africa. This is the opening ceremony of the Intra-African Trade Fair 2021. My name is Mark Shegun Edo, and I'm the lucky man who gets to be your guide for this important conference. And after being apart for so long, I'm sure, like your heart sings like mine, to be in the same room with our brothers and sisters from across the beautiful continent and beyond. I must say you look much better in this room than in my Zoom, definitely. Now, not even a global pandemic can dampen our passion to develop our continent and lift our people into prosperity, to build our industries and our value chains, to seize this moment in our collective history to create a vibrant market that will position our people for the future. The theme of IATF 2021 is building bridges for a successful AFCFTA. And I can confidently say that you have assembled under one roof right here the most significant movers and shakers, the true champions of intra-Africa trade. It's going to be a very, very exciting week of discussions, deliberations, and I guess most importantly, deals. IATF in Cairo in 2018 saw $32 billion in trade deals done and over 1,000 exhibitors. And Durban may well top that with maybe up to $40 billion in deals. We encourage you to tweet and use all your social media platforms to get the message out about IATF. Please use the hashtag IATF 2021. Now, here to welcome you to Durban, I'm delighted to invite to the stage the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, His Excellency Zikle Zikalala.
Program Director, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Obasanjo, Chairperson of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair Advisory Council, and former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank and convener of this trade fair, Professor Orama, government ministers and senior officials, the African Union delegation, the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, Mr. Wamkele Mene, captains of industry, leaders of business, distinguished guests, the media and all. Sanbonani, good morning, habari. I stand here with a great sense of humility to welcome sons and daughters of Africa from Cape to Cairo, from Morocco to Madagascar, but welcome them to their own home, the warm, hospitable, and majestic province of KwaZulu-Natal. The Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2021 is our golden opportunity to unite, collaborate, and give the best we have to support Africa to become the tree of life as contemplated in the African Union anthem. In this regard, we honor all leaders of Africa who work tirelessly to give effect to the goal of an integrated, political, united, and prosperous Africa based on inclusive economic growth and sustainable development. There is no doubt that the African Trade Forum is becoming a game changer for stimulation of intra-Africa trade and boosting intra-Africa export. We as KwaZulu-Natal are very inspired that for the next 7 days, African entrepreneurs, business leaders, government, and all other stakeholders are meeting in this city of Durban to realize the Africa of our dream as espoused in Agenda 2063. We're pleased to report that the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government has adopted the KZN strategy and implementation plan. The strategy aims to maximize on the trade opportunities that are embedded as part of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. It identified more than 20 products with the potential to be exported to the continent. It has mapped out the applicable product which KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa could export to other countries. To improve the ease of doing business, as KwaZulu-Natal, we established in 2017 one-stop shop which has satellite offices in eThekwini, Dube Trade Port, and Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone to ensure that we facilitate and make it easy for the investors to invest in KwaZulu-Natal. But also these are supported by the fact that we have 2 deepest ports in South Africa, which is the Durban and the Richards Bay port, which handles almost 60% of South Africa's cargo. The development of automotive supply park in the south of Durban is envisaged to stimulate the automotive sector, and work is underway also to ensure that we develop a clothing and textile SEZ. This is the home for all tourists who want to enjoy themselves, and we are open to all African tourists to come and enjoy KwaZulu-Natal. As KwaZulu-Natal, we are inspired to host this trade fair. We believe that all African states must understand that there is no state that will prosper and at the expense of other African states. The historic bond of KwaZulu-Natal and Africa was properly conceptualized by former President Thabo Mbeki at the launch of the African Union back in 2002. Former President Mbeki said, and I quote, "I'm proud that Africa is taking the giant step forward she's taking today in the land of King Shaka, whose name is known across the globe. This is the land of King Echwayo, whose armies defeated the seemingly invisible colonial armies of the British Empire at Isandlwana. It is the land of Inkosi Pambata, who turned the Inkandla forest into a permanent monument to the courage and heroism of an African people in defense of their right to freedom and self-determination. I'm proud that Africa is taking the giant step forward she's taking today at the home of John Langalibalele Dube, the patriot and co-founder of the African National Congress. This also is the home of Pilsika Isaka Seme, the patriot and the co-founder of the African National Congress. I'm proud that Africa is taking the giant step forward she's taking today at the home of Inkosi Albert Luthuli, who 60 years ago became the first African winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. I'm proud that Africa takes the giant step forward she's taking today at the temporary home of Mahatma Gandhi, at the place Mahatma Gandhi accumulated skills that helped to free India from the shackles of British colonialism, close quote. KwaZulu-Natal is indeed the home of Africa, and it is where the world meets to map the future, together building bridges for a successful African continental free trade and prosperous Africa. May prosperity absolve Africa and the future be kind to African daughters and sons. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As I said, we're observing COVID protocols here. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, in my country, Nigeria, we fondly refer to the next speaker simply as Baba. For decades, he's been a key guide, not just for Nigeria, but for the whole of Africa. He's one of the earliest leaders to get behind the AFCFTA, and he's been unswerving in his push for a Pan-African market, which now, of course, is a reality. Please welcome the chairman of the IATF Advisory Council and the former president of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency Lazarus Chakwera, President of Republic of Malawi. Your Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of Republic of Zambia. Your Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, President of Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency Hussein Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, United Republic of Tanzania. All right, Honorable Dr. Edo Ngurente, Prime Minister of Republic of Rwanda. Your Excellency, President of the and Chief Executive of Afrexim Bank, members of the Board of Directors and former presidents of Afrexim Bank, Executive Vice President of Afrexim Bank, captains of industry, and heads of partner financial institutions, our dear sponsors who made this event possible, ladies and gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A very Good afternoon to you all. And it is my joy and singular honor to welcome you to this great country, South Africa, for the second edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF 2021. Permit me, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, to Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sihele Sikalala, the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal, and the city of Durban for the warm hospitality and courtesies extended to us all from the time we arrived here in Durban. We, members of the Advisory Council of Intra-Africa Trade Fair, were in this beautiful city 2 months ago for the IATF 2021 host agreement signing ceremony. And here we are today, opening the IATF 2021 event. It has been a very long journey, characterized by a number of challenges ranging from postponement induced by COVID-19 pandemic to moving the venue from Kigali to Durban. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the IATF is the largest and go-to trade and investment fair on the African continent. The trade fair is also one of the key initiatives in support of the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area provides an opportunity for the continent to achieve economic emancipation and self-reliance. The Intra-African Trade Fair is an important component in righting the wrongs of the past and breaking down borders. It is aimed at building bridges to help us achieve the ambitions of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. In the context of post-COVID-19, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area have probably taken on an even more important role as the framework for African economic recovery. I agree that implementing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is the best stimulus for building forward better post-pandemic economies. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, despite the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the momentum created the first Intra-Africa Trade Fair and launch of Africa Continental Free Trade Area to drive intra-African trade and integration needs to be sustained. The inaugural Intra-Africa Trade Fair in Cairo in 1918 provided a glimpse of the immense potential that exists for intra-African trade and investments. This trade fair clearly illustrates the determination and resilience of the African spirit. Despite the specter of COVID-19, it is gratifying that today we are gathered here for this opening ceremony to what promises to be a very successful trade fair. Building on the success of the inaugural Intra-African Trade Fair, this second edition of the trade fair will ensure that the efforts aimed at growing intra-African trade are sustained. It is within this in mind that the theme for Intra-African Trade Fair 2021 is building bridges for a successful Africa continental trade area. Intra-African Trade Fair 2021 will again provide an opportunity for exhibitors to showcase their goods and services, engage in business-to-business exchanges, and conclude business deals. It is a 7-day trade show that provides a platform for sharing trade, investment, and market information, and enabling buyers and sellers, investors and countries to meet, discuss and conclude business deals. IATF 2021 will also feature a world-leading trade and investment forum that will provide the platform to discuss the opportunities arising from the operationalizing and implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It will also discuss critical issues that affect African trade, ranging from climate and border environmental issues to important new technologies, geopolitical tensions, and so on. Uniquely, this edition of the trade fair also comes with other important events, namely Creative African Nexus, a platform for showcasing Africa's creative talents. And an example of that we have seen with DK Chukwumereje. An automotive show co-created with the Association of African Automotive Manufacturers, as well as a youth pavilion under which youth startups will be exposed to potential investors and markets. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this week we expect over 1,000 exhibitors and over 10,000 visitors. We also expect deals of over $40 billion to be closed. There are also several business matchmaking opportunities, and we expect the SMEs present to take advantage of them. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, on behalf of the Advisory Council, I thank His Excellency once again, President Cyril Ramaphosa, and his government for their visionary and great decision to host IATF 2021, recognizing that the IATF will help us face forward in this time of uncertainty. We thank Premier Sikalela and his able team for working hard in this time towards converting our vision of IATF 2021 to reality. We thank the government of Rwanda, the original designated host for the IATF 2021, for their magnanimity of spirit in allowing Durban to host, given the devastating impact of COVID-19 on global supply chains, which affected Rwanda's ability to deliver a brand new exhibition center that would have been befitting for such an important event. Our special thanks go to the sponsors who have in no small way assisted in making this event come to life as magnificently as it has. Finally, let me appreciate President Orama of Afrexim Bank and his management staff for a splendid job well done, and let me thank all members of my advisory council for holding firm and steady with our partners and consultants. I welcome Africa and the whole world to this beautiful city of Durban for IATF 2021 as we build bridges for a successful Africa continental trade area. Thank you, and you are all most welcome once again. Thank you.
Well, our next speaker has probably had the busiest year of his life. The African Continental Free Trade Area opened up for business on January 1st of this year when trading officially started. And since then, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA has been at the front lines of what is the world's largest free trade area, connecting 1.3 billion people across 54 countries with a combined GDP of at least $3.4 billion. Please give a warm welcome to His Excellency Wamkelemene.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency President Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency President Lazarus Chakwera, the President of the Republic of Malawi and Chairman of SADC, Your Excellency Hussein Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chairperson of Revolutionary Government, Your Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, Your Excellency President Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of the IATF Advisory Council, Right Honorable Dr. Edward Ngirente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, representing His Excellency President Paul Kagame, Your Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank, and our convener today, Your Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, representing His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable Ministers that are here today, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to be here today to participate in this Intra-Africa Trade Fair, the first Intra-Africa Trade Fair since the establishment of the AFCFTA, and of course, the first Intra-Africa Trade Fair since my election by yourselves, Your Excellencies, Heads of States, in February last year. I want to join others in thanking President Ramaphosa for agreeing to host this trade fair. And I also want to thank Premier Zikalala for the tireless effort to make sure that we have a world-class trade fair. I congratulate the people of KwaZulu-Natal and the government of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank President Obasanjo, the chairman of the IATF, and President Ekra, the deputy chairman of the IATF, for their stewardship of the IATF Advisory Council in particularly difficult times occasioned by COVID-19. I want to appreciate the President of Afreximbank, Professor Orama, for his leadership, for his vision, and for his commitment to Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the AFCFTA, as you know, is the world's largest free trade area since the establishment of the World Trade Organization in 1994. The AFCFTA brings together 55 countries of the African Union and 8 regional economic communities to create a single continental market with a population of 1.3 billion people and a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars. In addition to being a free trade area with a potential for enhanced investment and increased intra-Africa trade, the AFCFTA is a very important flagship project of the African Union, Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The agreement was signed in Kigali, Rwanda, on the 21st of March, and since then, we have about 39 countries. Since we signed the agreement, 39 countries have deposited their instruments of ratification, signaling a commitment by our heads of states to ensure that we reduce barriers to intra-Africa trade, facilitate opportunities for small and medium enterprises, particularly small and medium enterprises that are led by women and young entrepreneurs. Through the AFCFTA, we have signaled as Africans that indeed we are open for business based on a single rule book for trade and investment with a functional dispute settlement mechanism. We're demonstrating a commitment not only to ourselves as Africans, but a commitment to the rest of the world that going forward, we are committing to a rules-based trading system in Africa. For a long time, our continent has been characterized by smallness of national economies, fragmented markets, lack of economies of scale, lack of competitiveness, and regrettably, a continued over-reliance on the export of primary commodities and a lack of productive capacity. All of these factors combined lead to what we have today. Intra-Africa trade being at 18% relative to other regions of the world, such as Europe, for example, where intra-European trade is 70%, and intra-North America trade is estimated to be at 65%. It is precisely this lack of competitiveness that has placed our continent at a very significant disadvantage relative to other regions of the world, such as South Asia, China, which contribute significant amounts to global trade and global output. All of us combined, all 55 of us, our contribution to global trade and output is less than 3%. And this is largely because of the lack of productive capacity and the shallowness of our manufacturing capacity. It is therefore critical that we accelerate implementation of the AfCFTA to address these particular challenges, particularly the challenge of being trapped in a colonial economic model. Indeed, consolidating Africa into a single market provides great opportunities for businesses and consumers across the continent, unlocking trade and manufacturing potential and further enhancing industrialization in our continent. Your Excellencies, heads of states, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, implementation of the AfCFTA will not succeed without the private sector, without small medium enterprises, without young entrepreneurs. We did not negotiate this agreement for trade people like me or for governments. It was negotiated precisely to create opportunities for young Africans, for entrepreneurs, for small medium enterprises that are led by women. All of Africa's segments of society therefore have an opportunity to now make a contribution to the economic development of our continent. By providing a large and attractive market with reduced cross-border barriers, we can now undertake larger investment projects on a continental scale than a national or regional scale, therefore positioning our continent for investor attractiveness, not only for intra-Africa investment, but for global investors. As I noted before, in my view, the next wave of investment into African markets should focus on productive sectors of Africa's economy in order to drive the continent's industrial development in the decades to come. In recent economic history, very few previously developing countries have achieved high income status without a strong industrial development path. In this regard, the challenge for us will be to work together to ensure that the industrial development that we desire the AfCFTA to foster is inclusive of all countries in Africa, particularly those countries who today may not have the same industrial capacity as others. If the AfCFTA does not offer opportunities for inclusive development of all countries, I fear that it will not succeed. It does, however, have the potential to unlock value chains for investors in key sectors such as pharmaceuticals, automobiles, agro-processing, and financial technology. In the area of pharmaceuticals, in 2019 alone, our continent imported $15 billion worth of pharmaceutical products. This is an opportunity for us to leverage the AfCFTA, particularly in the area of intellectual property rights, to assert Africa's productive capacity and to ensure that our intellectual property rights are at the service of Africa's public health imperatives, as well as at the service of Africa's industrial development objectives. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, as we all know, less than 3% of Africans have been vaccinated. The key question that confronts us is how to reconfigure our intellectual property rights regime under the AfCFTA to boost Africa's capacity to manufacture vaccines, not only for this pandemic, but for future pandemics, and also to manufacture generic drugs to ensure public health in Africa. This trade fair today is our platform to ensure that there is contact, business to business, government to business interaction, where the private sector will have an opportunity to improve its knowledge of the integrated market that we are presenting through the AFCFTA. The participants will be in a position, after having exhibited, to determine new market potential in other parts of the continent, to identify the main needs of the market in Africa, as well as niche markets that are most likely to be successful and to drive implementation of the AFCFTA. For the exhibiting companies, this trade fair is an opportunity for further interaction with buyers and sellers across the African continent. Small medium enterprises, as we all know, face a number of challenges, and one of the fundamental challenges that they face is the lack of access to capital. Many African small medium enterprises are not able to access new markets across the continent because of this lack of availability of capital. That is why I'm very, very pleased with the partnership that we have with my senior brother, Professor Orama, to ensure that we mobilize resources to make this agreement a reality for our small medium enterprises to trade across the African continent. As I close, Your Excellencies, heads of states, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me note that it took the European Union 72 years to reach the level of depth of market integration that they enjoy today. We know from the experience of the European Union that the journey to market integration is difficult and that it takes time. However, I am encouraged by positive projections that by the year 2035, where we implement this agreement effectively, we stand a chance to contribute $450 billion to Africa's combined GDP, an opportunity to lift 100 million Africans out of abject and moderate poverty, particularly benefiting small medium enterprises and women in trade. These positive projections, of course, will not happen by chance. We as Africans will have to roll up our sleeves, work hard, and ensure that we overcome the challenges. I'm very positive about the prospects of the future of our continent based on the very first steps that we've taken to overcome the challenges of market fragmentation on our continent. I wish all of us very, very successful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Well, if he's not somewhere around the world advancing the agenda of the AFCFTA, you can find this next tireless champion of intra-Africa trade high up on the floors of the African Union Commission building in Addis Ababa. He's here with us today, so please welcome His Excellency Commissioner of Trade and Industry for the AUC, Ambassador Albert Muchanga.
Thank you very much, the Director of Ceremony. Your Excellency, our gracious host, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, and the African Union champion in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Your Excellencies, the heads of state and government here present, Your Excellency, Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo, the chairperson of the Advisory Council of the Intra-African Trade Fair and former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, or the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, and the President of Zanzibar, the Honorable Ministers here present, the President of and Chairman of the Board of the African Export-Import Bank, and the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the captains of industry, including our 56 sponsors, our exhibitors, the buyers and the sellers, the distinguished panel participants, ladies and gentlemen. I greet each one of you in this hall. I'm very happy to be part and parcel of this opening ceremony of the second edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair taking place in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. And in this regard, I salute the people and the government of KwaZulu-Natal for looking after us very, very well. I deliver my statement on behalf of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, and the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission, Her Excellency Dr. Monique Sazabaganoa, who cannot be with us today due to commitments with other issues affecting Africa, our beloved continent. My statement is going to be very brief. I'm keen to listen to the messages of goodwill from our leaders who are with us this morning or this afternoon. I'll begin by taking this opportunity to thank the people of South Africa for hosting this event, despite the short notification and the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. I also recognize the dedicated efforts of the government and the people of Rwanda, who are committed to undertaking the continental responsibility of hosting this edition next year as a result of the supply chain disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, which made it very difficult for them to do so in September 2020. The same vein, I thank all the countries, companies, and other stakeholders participating in this fair. It is your participation that will make it a distinct success that we want it to be. With your presence, we're consolidating our efforts to create this emerging brand, which started operating in December 2018 in Cairo, Egypt. When I came to the African Union Commission in 2017, one of my goals was to restart the All-Africa Trade Fair, to leverage trade information in boosting intra-African trade, and consequently, attaining and sustaining accelerated development, which is both inclusive and sustainable. In no time, I was linked to the African Export-Import Bank, who are working on a concept note on the Intra-African Trade Fair. After signing the Memorandum of Understanding, we settled for this name, the Intra-African Trade Fair. Along the way, we have shared historical information on the origins, operations, successes, and challenges of the All-Africa Trade Fair. And we are using that knowledge to develop the emerging brand, which brings all of us here today. In the medium term, the vision is to transform this brand into a self-financing special purpose vehicle, which will be owned by all African Union member states and Pan-African financial institutions. The private sector, small, medium, and large scale, as well as the African diaspora, are key partners in the Intra-African Trade Fair. To this end, the African Union Commission is enhancing collaboration with the African diaspora and the continental private sector in the varied areas of manufacturing, agro-processing, mining, cotton and textiles, tourism, transport, communications, and logistics, among others. 4 days ago in Cairo, the African private sector adopted the constitution of the African Business Council and thereafter proceeded to elect the office bearers of president, 4 vice presidents, and 10 board members. The composition of this committee brings on board chambers of commerce, regional business councils, as well as sector continental bodies, including small and medium enterprises. The private sector, with this afternoon, launched the Pan-African Manufacturers Association in a continuing effort to really bring the African private sector at a continental level. We've also deepened our collaboration with the civil society and academia. All these stakeholders are constituent parts of our value creation efforts. We strongly believe that we can achieve more and attain greater impact by working together instead of working in isolation. As a demonstration of our commitment to leveraging trade information for the benefit of Africa, we also have the African Trade Observatory, developed with the financial support from the European Union and technical assistance from the International Trade Center, who are with us this afternoon. Visitors can come to our pavilion to see the range of information that the observatory offers. Beyond this, the AU Pavilion also showcases 15 flagship projects of the African Union Agenda 2063. As I stated earlier, I do not intend to make a long statement. In this connection, I'll end here and thank each and every one of you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
I'm going to stand far away from the podium, so I'm forced you to put my microphone on. South Africa is a nation rich in culture, and there's a Xhosa tradition that's really quite special. It's a joyous family celebration that welcomes a boy returning as a man from the sacred initiation ceremony. It's called Umgidi. Please enjoy this performance called Umgidi, a celebratory explosion.
on my neck. I can't breathe. Sing.
Remove your knees. Can't breathe.
Washonjani umfoka George Floyd Amelia. What's it? Remove your knee, please, Mr. Policeman. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please remove your knee. What's it? Remove your knee, please, 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 Mr. Policeman. I can't breathe.
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए। तदिया नदी दर तना देरे नो, तदिया नदी दर
Isokunyathela nyatheli Afrika wena basoba uzokwenzakala Isokunyathela nyatheli Afrika wena basoba uzokwenzakala Isokunyathela nyatheli Afrika wena basoba uzokwenzakala From Nigeria to Congo and Zambia, hey my brothers, let us unite. Amazulu, Amakosa, Namadeli, Masbambaneli, Mastanganeli, Masandaneli. Africa, well up a soul, this is Africa, my friend. We are natives. Come on, come on. Come on and race. Come on. Let's go. Let's take it here. Isokunyathela nyatheli Afrika, yeah. Wena basoba uzokwenzakala. Isokunyathela nyatheli Afrika, wena basoba uzokwenzakala. From Nigeria to Congo, Mozambique, yeah, my brothers, let us unite. Stanganeni, Spambaneni, Spuyisane. We are one. We are from Africa. Yeah, Basoba, Chineke, Nuwe, Chineke, Nuwe, Chineke, Chineke, Chineke. Let's go, my brothers. Chineke, Chineke, Chineke. Come on. Give it to the big dance. Give it to the big dance. Yeah.
Wow, they billed it as a celebration and an explosion. That certainly was. Give a big round of applause for Umgidi. Now, with 10,000 visitors and over 1,000 exhibitors at the Intra-African Trade Fair 2021, it's truly a cause for celebration, and any good celebration needs a good song. This is the official launch of the IATF song.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow.
Well, I have to say, I'm really feeling that beat. I'm feeling that beat. I made a promise during the song to His Excellency President Obasanjo that we were going to start the dancing the next time that song comes in. So I expect all of you to boogie with us. Now, the AFCFTA is more than just an agreement on trade. It's the single greatest chance we have in our lifetimes to bury forever what the great Kwame Nkrumah called Africa's colonial balkanization, and reunify the continent as a single entity, a single Pan-African entity, bound by mutual gain and mutual respect, and driven by intellectual and entrepreneurial energy of our young, you saw them here dancing, 1.2 billion brothers and sisters. The future is ours, it's theirs. He may no longer be with us, but the wise words of President Nkrumah ring true today. Please enjoy this special presentation sponsored by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
The masses of our people are crying for unity. It is the only salvation. The people of Africa call for the breaking down of the boundaries that keep us apart. They demand an end to the border disputes between sister African states, disputes that arise out of the artificial barriers raised by colonialism. It was colonialism's purpose that divided us, because it was to its interest. It was colonialism's purpose that left us with our border irredentism, that rejected our ethnic and cultural fusion. Our people, all of Africa, call for unity, so that they may not lose their patrimony in the perpetual service of neocolonialism. In their fervent push for unity, they understand that only its realization will give full meaning to their freedom and our African independence.
A round of applause for that presentation, brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Wonderful presentation. When I look at it, I think about history, and I think about the history of Pan-Africanism in Africa, and I also think of some of the students, and one of the people that always comes to mind is our next speaker. He is a student of African history, but he also has the vision to look forward and see what could be. And that has fueled Afreximbank's drive to support intra-Africa trade and the AFCFTA, and of course this, the Intra-Africa Trade Fair that we're all together. Please give a warm welcome to His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank and co-convener of IATF, ladies and gentlemen.
His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, my President, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, my second home. His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi. His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Hussein Mwinyi, President of the Republic of Zanzibar, His Excellency Edward Ngirente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Dr. Monique Nsanzabagawa, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union, represented today by His Excellency Ambassador Muchanga, Commissioner for Trade, Industry of the African Union. His Excellency Wankele Mene, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Our dear host and friend, His Excellency Sile Zikalala, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo, Chairperson of the IATF Advisory Council and former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Pamela Cook Hamilton, Executive Director of the International Trade Center, Honorable Ministers and Governors of central banks here present, Your Excellencies, African Union envoys and heads of international organizations, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and members of the diplomatic corps, members of the Board of Directors and former President of Afreximbank, the members of the Board of Directors and CEOs of Afreximbank subsidiaries, Executive Vice Presidents of the bank, the Managing Director of Intra-African Trade Initiative at Afreximbank. Through his tireless efforts, we are all gathered here today. Captains of industry, our dear sponsors, exhibitors, performers who made today possible. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press, my colleagues at the Afreximbank who have been working day and night for the past 3 years to produce this, and also our friends in the government of KwaZulu-Natal province who have worked with us very hard on this. I say to you, good afternoon. We gather here in Durban, an important trade gateway into Africa, in demonstration of our will as a people to defy the dark clouds cast by the COVID-19 pandemic and continue our journey towards collective self-reliance as Africans. We hinge our faith on trade, that powerful tool that can be a source for good and bad. It was trade that led to the fragmentation of Africa. It was trade that took millions of Africans against their will into slavery in faraway lands. Today, we embrace the same trade as an instrument for progress, as a tool for reversing the damage it inflicted on Africa over so many decades. The history of KwaZulu-Natal province underscores the power of trade. It tells us a tale of a province that suffered immensely in the hands of those attracted by its wealth and ease of access to the rest of the world, but which has also flourished because of the gateway it offers to the world. So as the KwaZulu-Natal province hosts the second edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, it proves beyond doubt that just as it has helped to integrate Africa into the global economy, it can also integrate Africa as a people. Special thanks to His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa and the government of South Africa for their strong support for this trade fair, and for receiving our leaders and all delegates, performers, buyers, sponsors, exhibitors, journalists, and everybody with open arms. We're able to assemble here physically because of President Ramaphosa's bold and visionary leadership in creating the African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, which has helped Africa to eventually begin to have meaningful access to COVID-19 vaccines. We also thank South Africans for the legendary hospitality shown to us since we arrived here. And to His Excellency Premier Zikalala of the great province of KwaZulu-Natal, his government and the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we express our profound appreciation for their warm welcome. You have received us all, many as we are, with open arms. We feel at home, not because of the beautiful rolling hills and grasslands that surround us, but because we find warmth in the hearts of the people. I would also like to join in welcoming Your Excellencies, heads of states and governments, and the Deputy Chairperson of the AU Commission, who is represented here today by Mr. Muchanga, for creating the time to be here despite their very busy schedules. Your presence is a resounding endorsement of the Intra-African trade as a tool for boosting regional integration. I hope it will be understood if I especially thank my President, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, for joining us today with a strong delegation to support us, just as he has supported the bank over so many years. I would also like to respectfully acknowledge with much appreciation the presence of other AU commissioners here present. I also know that Her Excellency Vera Songwe made all effort to be here, but she's not. But I had to pay special tribute to her for all the support she's been giving us as a bank and also in organizing this trade fair. My special thanks to the ministers and distinguished leaders of African and international organizations and the esteemed guests for joining us to mark this auspicious occasion. Your presence reflects your firm belief in the transformative power of Intra-African trade fair, as well as the enduring bond of friendship we enjoy. And to you, our sponsors, the exhibitors, buyers, performers, and indeed our youth, on whom our future lies, I say a big welcome and big thanks for rising to the opportunity the trade fair offers. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must all be proud to have reignited the flame lit decades ago, but which prematurely burned out. The Organization of African Unity held the first ever Pan-African Trade Fair in 1972. The All-Africa Trade Fair, as it was then branded, was held under the theme to promote intra-African trade, intensify the appropriate trade infrastructure, and develop economic cooperation at all levels. His Excellency President Jomo Z. Kenyatta, in his welcome remarks at the event, said, and I quote, "This fair will send out to the world an inspiring message of the brotherhood of Africa. It will also represent in a most practical fashion the determination of modern Africa to proceed along highways of more rapid development and greater self-reliance through the proper deployment of our own talents and resources. Against the background of social events and cultural entertainment, this trade fair will be unique in its assembly of natural and manufactured goods and through its display of commercial potential." Unquote. That vision is alive with us today, as it was in 1972. It underscores why we are gathered here in Durban and validates our determination to forge ahead as an integrated continent with shared aspirations. It also underpins our commitment to meet every 2 years under the auspices of the Intra-African Trade Fair to celebrate our cultures, share ideas and experiences, to trade amongst ourselves in unique product offerings, and discuss investment opportunities. The Intra-African Trade Fair is a collaborative effort of our Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AFCFTA Secretariat, along with other key partners, including the African Development Bank, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, the Afro Champions Initiative, the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation of the Islamic Development Bank, and the Arab Africa Trade Bridges Program, the World Trade Center Miami, the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Invest Africa, and AE Trade Group. The journey began in 2018 when the first edition of the fair was held in Cairo under the auspices of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Your Excellency, the second edition was planned to hold last year in Kigali, Rwanda, but was postponed due to the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic that affected the timely delivery of the brand new exhibition facility the government of Rwanda has set out to construct to host the event. In the end, it was agreed among all parties that given the importance of holding the trade fair in the year trade commenced under the AFCFTA, we needed to find another destination with ready infrastructure to host a fair of the size envisaged. The KwaZulu-Natal province, a contender to host the 2023 edition of the fair, rose to the challenge and stepped in as an alternate destination. We thank the government of the KwaZulu-Natal province and the South African government for accepting to host the trade fair despite the very short notice. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now well known that one of the most potent strategies of colonialism was to deny us information about ourselves. That is why, despite over 6 decades of independence, Africa remains a continent of 55 fragmented nations. And I must add that the promise of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement will remain an illusion unless we reverse engineer the old colonial construct of perverse information flows. The Intra-African Trade Fair is a solid tool at our disposal to achieve that. The trade fair will open the African market to African businesses. It will enable us to build trust amongst ourselves, open investment opportunities that we never knew existed, and begin to foster the emergence of regional value chains. It is the trade information flow that the trade fair will facilitate that will bring down the 87,000 kilometers of borders that divide us today. It is a trade fair that can help us to begin to reverse some of the absurdities we see today in Africa's trade patterns, whereby many African countries import from outside Africa at a much higher cost the same products a neighboring African country exports to the world at a lower price. And this is why I said that the political act of signing the AfCFTA will not open borders, nor will it make Kenyan shoe manufacturers to buy their hides from Burundi around the corner, rather than from New Zealand thousands of miles away. Sloganeering and waving the AfCFTA flag are good for morale, but will not bring down the border between Nigeria and Benin Republic. Nor will it make it easier for an Egyptian coffee roaster to buy Ugandan coffee directly from Uganda instead of from Italy. Reversing these anomalies will require a deliberate effort to connect African buyers and sellers, deepen knowledge of Africans about their continent by facilitating least cost access to trade and investment information. Your Excellencies, this is what this event offers to Africa and its partners. We are fulfilling a key deliverable under the African Union's Boosting Intra-African Trade Initiative. Our proof of concept, the first Intra-African Trade Fair, which I referred to earlier, was a huge success. It attracted 1,100 exhibitors and about 7,000 participants from 45 countries, and facilitated the signature of deals worth about $32 billion. I'm pleased to inform you that about $25 billion of the deals signed during that trade fair have been implemented, with another $2.5 billion being processed, representing an incredible 83% success rate. Your Excellencies, beyond the numbers, the impact on real people has been humbling. For instance, a young Nigerian entrepreneur who participated in the 2018 trade fair, thanks to the Lumelu Foundation, was identified by Singaporean investors at the trade fair and now produces drones for agricultural purposes in Singapore. It was at the 2018 trade fair that the government of South Sudan and Saudi Electric of Egypt entered a deal that led to the development of a major solar power project underway in South Sudan. It was at the 2018 trade fair that the largest Intra-African EPC contract for a hydroelectric power project in an amount of $2.9 billion was signed between the government of Tanzania and two leading Egyptian engineering firms, namely Saudi Electric and Arab contractors. The financing was coordinated. The financing was coordinated by Afreximbank and was fully funded by a consortium of African banks with no banks from outside Africa. The project will generate 2,100 megawatts of hydroelectric power, representing 42% of the Tanzanian goal of generating 5,000 megawatts by 2025. It also creates 6,000 jobs in both Egypt and Tanzania. Your Excellencies, the platform we have created does not end at showcasing the array of products and services offerings in Africa. We follow the signed deals to ultimate closures. We provide financing and advisory services to attract African and international partnerships into projects. And where projects are only at a concept stage, we avail our project preparation facility to bring the concepts into bankable propositions. Our Afreximbank subsidiary, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, steps in if equity becomes a binding constraint. As you can see, the Intra-African Trade Fair platform offers a comprehensive solution. It is not just a trade fair. When you enter as an exhibitor, you become a member of that one family, under the umbrella of political support provided by the African Union, standing on the regulatory platform offered by the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, propelled by the financial and ancillary services offered by our Afrexim Bank and the numerous partners I already called out. And as we build the IATF forward together, we are reminded of the closing remarks of His Excellency, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, the chairman of the Advisory Council, at the 2018 edition of the Trade Fair. He said, and I quote, "From all accounts, this maiden event has been successful beyond my own expectations. We have put our hands on the plow and we cannot look back," unquote. We have come to Durban with the plow firmly in our grips. We have set high targets for the 2021 edition. We expect at least 1,000 exhibitors. I'm aware that we have achieved about 1,100 exhibitors. We expected 10,000 visitors. By the last time we checked, registrations are close to 11,000. We have 92 countries represented in this trade fair. And we're expecting that deals worth about $40 billion will be closed. We've also introduced new elements that, in our view, will help create continental value chains. The IATF partners have collaborated with the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers to introduce a biennial Pan-African Auto Show as an integral part of the trade fair. We have launched this collaboration here in Durban, a city that is doing its best to become one of the big auto hubs on the continent. We recognize that a robust automotive industry can catalyze the emergence of interconnected supply chains spread across the continent. With an average vehicle boasting over 30,000 components, a vibrant automotive sector can trigger the emergence of rubber and rubber-related auto parts industries in rubber-producing countries of Nigeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire. It will also boost activities in metals-producing countries and also in leather-producing countries. It will also foster the development of petrochemical industry. The auto industry is a big enabler, can be a big enabler for industrialization on our continent. It is for these reasons that the IATF partners are working with the Association of African Automotive Manufacturers under Afrexim Bank grant funding to put in place a continental automotive strategy. That is why Afrexim Bank has supported the African Regional Standards Organization to harmonize over 43 auto standards for the continent. The auto show is a natural complement to these efforts. We invite you to visit the show and thank the AAAM and our sponsors for making it possible. We have also expanded the culture and creatives event to showcase the continent's vast cultural diversity and abundant creative talents. Under the platform Creative Africa Nexus, the fairgrounds will come alive from November 19 with music, dance, art, craft, fashion, poetry, and the best of Africa's creative talents at home and for the diaspora. Cannes will expose young talents, offer capacity building, open market access opportunities, and foster collaboration that can showcase the best of Africa. We invite you to participate actively and thank our sponsors for their support. Determined to prove that our vibrant the AUC's auspices, during this fair. The pavilion will showcase the innovation of Africa's youth startups. We have invited venture capital and equity funds to interact with them and explore investment opportunities. Special thanks to AE Trade, Tony Elumelu Foundation, Bank of Industry Nigeria, the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and others who worked with Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AFCFTA Secretariat to make this possible. We are welcome to visit the pavilion and interact with the more than 300 youths carefully selected from across Africa. That is the pavilion of the future, and you must not miss it. And consistent with the times we are in, to the event, with about 200 countries and companies exhibiting virtually under our platform called IATF Virtual. Some of you may recall that we launched the virtual trade fair in 2018 as an online add-on offering to those exhibiting physically. This year, some countries and exhibitors have chosen to exhibit virtually only. You are humbly reminded to visit the country pavilions and booths at the IATF Virtual. And we've also introduced a sub-sovereigns conference to create a platform for subnational governments across Africa to interact and share ideas. We thank His Excellency Premier Zikalala for agreeing to host the Made-in Conference. We welcome the governors and premiers from across Africa who are here for that purpose. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these new additions will complement the exhibitions and trade and investment conference that form the core of the IATF offerings. And as I approach the end of my speech, I would like to draw our attention to a quote in a study conducted by 3 scholars just last year. Kramer, Sanders, and Ogube wrote, and I quote, "One reason to query expectations for intra-African trade is the dismally poor implementation record of regional integration agreements. Despite decades of negotiations and agreements within sub-regions and regional economic communities in Africa, intra-African trade remains a tiny proportion of the continent's overall trade. While African regional economic integration and greater intra-African trade may be rhetorically appealing on grounds of economic nationalism or South-South solidarity, as a blueprint for accelerated development, it is a fantasy," unquote. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must prove these and the very many naysayers wrong. We are already doing so. This fair is a starting point. And the other reasons why they are wrong. Today we have a strong and dynamic secretariat, AFCFTA secretariat, with knowledge and energy to drive AFCFTA agenda. There is an alignment with the AU. And importantly, Afreximbank is a vital partner in implementing the AFCFTA, filling a critical financing gap that has been the bane of other sub-regional arrangements. Your Excellencies, trade agreements have worked in more mature markets because they have institutional mechanisms that support their implementation. Africa is beginning to build its own institutions. Afreximbank is one of them. That is why the bank is unrelenting in its support for the AFCFTA. That is why we'll never look back in making sure that it works. For instance, we have committed to disbursing $40 billion to support intra-African trade over the next 5 years, building on the $20 billion disbursed in the past 5 years. We are able to do this because the African Union had endorsed the recapitalization of Afreximbank to double its capacity to be able to support the continent. So we give back by doubling the support for intra-African trade. We're also providing letters of credit confirmation lines to African commercial banks to support cross-border trade. It is our aim to onboard 500 of the 600 regulated banks with aggregate lines of over $8 billion to support intra-regional trade through LC confirmations. The bank has so far onboarded nearly 480 and is today the bank with the widest messaging links with African banks in the world. Working with the AU and the FCFTA Secretariat, we have created a Pan-African payment and settlement system to facilitate cross-border payments in national currencies. The system, which is currently piloting in the West African Monetary Zone, will strengthen national currencies, integrate Africa's payment infrastructure, and save the continent about $5 billion in transfer charges we pay to others annually. Above all, it will return to Africa large volumes of trade diverted away from the continent due to currency issues. Afreximbank is supporting the pilot in an amount of $500 million and expects to expand this to $3 billion when the payment system becomes continentally adopted. We are also piloting an Africa Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme in the Comesa region. This will facilitate an uninterrupted flow of goods across multiple borders with a single transit bond operating on a risk-sharing platform with country-specific issuers. Afreximbank is committing $1 billion to the scheme. We envisage that the scheme will save the continent about $300 million in transit costs annually. And with it, goods can move from Cape to Cairo seamlessly, saving time and cost. We have created a trade information portal that will complement the trade observatory that the AU is currently implementing. This trade information portal is artificial intelligence enabled and is able to predict supply chains. A customer due diligence repository platform, also called a MANSA platform, has been created to ease the cost of compliance and to restore investor confidence in and attract investments into Africa. The MANSA platform issues African entity identifier numbers that act as a passport for accessing certain services. About 1,500 entities from all across Africa have already been onboarded on this platform. We are working with the AFCFTA Secretariat to create an $8 billion AFCFTA adjustment facility that will cushion African countries from fiscal revenue losses from the tariff removals associated with the AFCFTA, and to help the private sector to retool their operations as they reorient the operations towards the continental market. We have also created a subsidiary, a fund called the Fund for Export Development in Africa, to support manufacturing, because we know that equity, patient capital, is something that we need if we truly want to industrialize the continent. Also, the bank has launched the Africa Quality Assurance Centers, through which it is developing quality infrastructure with up-to-date technology for the testing and certification of agro-processed and manufactured goods for intra-African trade and trade with the world. In addition to the automotive standards, which we have helped to harmonize, we have also so far supported the harmonization of 121 standards for healthcare and medical equipment. And we thank the Islamic Development Bank Group, the UNECA, for working with us and the AU to achieve this. Your Excellencies, these are among the many initiatives we are implementing to guarantee the success of the AFCFTA. We invite you to visit Afreximbank Pavilion to see for yourselves the interventions, products, and facilities available at Afreximbank. Our team members are there to answer your questions. Permit me now to once again thank His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, all the heads of state and governments here present, the Honorable Premier Silesi Kalala, and all distinguished guests for joining this opening ceremony. I also like to especially thank the sponsors for their generosity. Without them, this event would have been difficult to host. Special thanks to His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, Chair of the IATF Advisory Council and former President of Nigeria, as well as to Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra, the Vice Chair of the Advisory Council, for the enormous support and sacrifice they and the members of the Council had to go through. We met 14 times over the past few years, which made it possible for this event to be held today. Our appreciation also goes to the event organizers, READ, Brand Communications, and others. It's also time to recognize the hard work and sacrifice of our indefatigable IATF team, led by Mrs. Kanayo Awani, Managing Director of our Intra-African Trade Initiative, and the team at the KwaZulu-Natal province, who have worked with us day and night to make this event a possibility. I congratulate us all for being able to do this, even in the midst of a pandemic. I thank you for your kind attention.
This is a very special event. It's a very special week. And I think that's reflected in the attendance of some very special people. We have not one, not two, not three, but 7 heads of state, 7 leaders here with us today. And so I'm going to call each of them up to this podium individually, and I'm going to ask them to kindly return to their seats for some special remarks. I'm going to begin by inviting the Right Honourable Dr. Edouard Nderente, who is the Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda. And I want you to give them a warm round of applause as they make to the stage. Thank you.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, Head of State and the Government, Your Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, Intra-Africa Trade Fair Advisory Council Chairman and the former President of Nigeria, Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is my great pleasure to participate in the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2021, representing His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda. I would like first to thank Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa for hosting us and hosting this important trade fair, and for the warm hospitality extended to us in this beautiful city of Durban. I also thank the Afrexim Bank, the African Union Commission, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat for organizing this second African Trade Fair. We are happy that this Continental Trade Fair is one of the few physical events taking place on our continent while we're still fighting COVID-19 pandemic. It comes as a good opportunity to build on success of the first Intra-African Trade Fair, which took place in Egypt in 2018, where African businesses registered trade and investment deals worth over $32 billion. One of the key flagship projects of Africa's Agenda 2063 is the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area to accelerate intra-African trade and boost Africa's trading position in the global marketplace. The theme of this year's trade fair is in this direction, focusing on new African Continental Free Trade Agreements as a key player to boosting intra-African trade and investment. Excellencies, distinguished participants, statistics show that Africa's economy is expected to rebound from a contraction of 2.1% recorded in 2020 to 3.4% growth in 2021 and 4.6% in 2022. Despite this projected positive recovery in 2021, other figures indicate that Africa still lags behind other continents. Lowering trade costs for deeper integration of markets is one of the key strategic responses to bridge this gap. Therefore, there has never been a better time to supporting intra-African trade than today. Most importantly, with over 1.3 billion people and about a GDP of 2.6 trillion US dollars, the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Agreement will fast-track the development of value chains on the continent and achieve the economies of scale to drive industrialization and trade. Developing an innovative manufacturing ecosystem in Africa is important to increase economic competitiveness and production. However, to attain the full potential of our manufacturing sector, more efforts are required to boost private sector. Besides promoting the private sector, is closely linked with improving our education systems at all levels, from pre-primary, primary, secondary, technical and vocational trainings, and higher education. Matching education with labor market demand will provide the required skills to Africa's young population along the key value chains of our industries and trade for global competitiveness. Excellencies, distinguished guests, COVID-19 pandemic has further illustrated the value of integration. It showed us the fragility of our reliance on external supplies, the areas to improve in our systems, and the importance of ensuring that integration is key on in our country's border development agendas. Improving economic resilience and the growth outcome during this period will therefore require African countries to deepen their collaboration as embedded in the intra-African supply chains. Through the African Vaccine Acquisition Trust, initiative by African Union member states to pool their purchasing power, significant doses of vaccine have so far been procured and distributed to member states. COVID-19 pandemic has also emphasized the need to leverage the use of technology in facilitating the movement of goods. Excellencies, in Rwanda, recovery efforts are in line with our medium to long-term development strategy. We aim at becoming a competitive country in various sectors, and this will be supported by skilled labor force, innovation, research, quality infrastructure, and a conducive doing business environment. In this regard, Rwanda, in collaboration with other partners, is in the final stage of establishing a vaccine manufacturing facility to contribute to the fight against COVID-19 and other diseases. As I conclude, I would like to reiterate Rwanda's commitment and contribution in supporting the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I wish to once again thank you, Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, your government, the Afrexim Bank, the African Union Commission, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat for hosting and organizing this trade fair. I thank you so much.
I'd now like to call on His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, the President, Republic of Zambia.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency, President Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and fellow heads of state and government that are here today, Your Excellency, President Obasanjo, and other former presidents, head of states that are present here, Your Excellency, Sile Zikalala, Premier KwaZulu-Natal, representative of His Excellency, Mr. Musa Faki Mahamati, Chairperson of the African Union Commission and convener of the Intra-African Trade Fair. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to begin by thanking the President of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, for hosting this important fair. We appreciate the warm hospitality that has been extended to us here in the beautiful city of Durban. I'm delighted to participate in the official opening of the second Intra-African Trade Fair. This event is critical to our continent as we progress towards integrating into the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is extremely important to the development of our individual countries through trade and investment. We look forward to the opportunities that will arise from a single market for goods and services aimed at boosting trade and investment for the mutual benefit of our countries on the continent. I shall repeat this: for the mutual benefit of our individual countries on our continent. We must ensure that the African Free Trade Area is meaningful to all our people across Africa, meaningful for inclusive economic growth, jobs, and business opportunities in our individual countries. Because if we don't achieve that, it will be difficult to sustain the free trade area. Benefits must be seen by our people in the individual countries. Trade is an important tool for economic growth in our nations as a prerequisite for development in our countries, on our continent, as I've said. It is a tool that will create wealth and lift many of our citizens out of poverty on a continent as rich as ours. Zambia is committed to enhancing intra-Africa trade, and this is evidenced by the presence of the political leaders, government leaders here today, and our business community. Your Excellencies, there is enormous potential for trade and investment amongst us Africans, before we think of other continents. It is important that we see the value of working together as a continent, as a people, as businesses. Our countries are endowed with natural resources which can be used to create sustainable regional value chains to grow our economies. We must move beyond the overstated story of our potential and move towards actualization of this potential. The African narrative must move from poverty, instability, and aid to investment, trade, and indeed stability. With stability, we can achieve a lot. We can focus our limited resources towards trade and investment to offer opportunities to our people, especially young people. As you know, our population dynamic is much occupied by the young population, and they need a lot from us: education, job opportunities, business opportunities. Your Excellencies, the implementation of the tenets of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area would take our continent to significant levels of cooperation as envisaged by our forefathers. We heard about Kwame Nkrumah here, and many others who basically saw this vision of Africa working together much, much earlier than most of the people did across the world. So ourselves, our own people, our own leaders, our own forefathers understood how Africa would be better if it worked together amongst itself and, of course, its people. It's very important. The implementation of the tenets, therefore, of the Africa Free Trade Area must look at the importance of cooperation, importance of working together, the synergy that arises by working together. And I think it will deliver much stronger benefits which are also sustainable. Its tenets are key to enhancing our trade, development, and most importantly, uniting our continent at a people-to-people level, business-to-business level, because that's what will entrench unity on our continent. If our people begin to know each other, to understand their talents, diverse talents, and how they can pull these talents together to benefit their populations across our continent. Your Excellencies, the Intra-African trade, the Intra-African Trade Fair agenda is an affirmation of our abiding belief that Africa and the world at large can be a better place for all of us if we work towards achieving our common goals. And there are many of these. There is no better way to connect with one another than through trade and investment, in addition to already our existing and known historical, culture, and even family ties, I dare say so, including President Ramaphosa. Shared names. I'm sure you're not aware that so much similarity in that score, such as Nongoma here in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa and Nangoma in Zambia. It cannot be a coincidence. Absolutely cannot be a coincidence. There is untapped potential for enhancing intra-Africa trade through regional integration. Our government is committed to supporting initiatives in this trade fair that seek to showcase trade and investment opportunities. Your Excellencies, this intra-African trade fair should spark conversations about what is working and what needs to be improved, particularly in the midst of the challenges that we all face in our individual countries. Specifically, it is true that none of our countries have been spared from the negative impact of the coronavirus pandemic, as well as the effects of climate change, which we must pay particular attention to as we seek to integrate, as we seek to develop our individual countries and our continent as a whole. As state actors ourselves, I'm talking about leaders in this hall, I'm talking about those who run governments, those who drive policies in our countries, on our continent. The free trade area should identify key priorities and the infrastructure that will be required to efficiently and effectively trade amongst ourselves, to facilitate trade amongst ourselves. And it's important, such priorities, I shall repeat, it is important that such priorities should include basics such as ensuring that the safety of our drivers driving goods within our countries and across boundaries are safe. This is a small-looking issue, but very, very important in promoting trade and investment, because to move goods across our countries, we do need to ensure that as drivers and other such personnel move within our countries, they are kept safe, they are protected. Then it will be easier to facilitate trade amongst our countries. With greater cooperation, Your Excellencies, and alignment, it will not be far-fetched for every corner of our continent to become connected and accessible, and for the social and economic development of our people to be possible, to be accelerated much faster than most of us assume, because the economic aspect, the trade aspect, is such an imperative that one cannot ignore it, because it does affect the welfare of our individual citizens in our countries. We need to start with the most strategic infrastructure to give us the required leap forward as we work together. This is a time for us all to catalyze Africa, shift Africa's emphasis from negatives towards prosperity, towards stability. Our individual strengths and various competitive advantages are not a cause for division, absolutely not, but to be leveraged for the development of our continent, working together. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I close, I wish to commend the African Export-Import Bank for an excellent presentation that we've just heard. The African Union, the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, and of course, our host, the South African government, led by President Ramaphosa, for putting together this platform that brings together governments and businesses from across Africa and the world in search of trade and investment opportunities to benefit, once again, our people in our countries on our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Oops. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I need my pen. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. We'll now move on. I'd like to call to the podium His Excellency Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chairperson of the Revolutionary Government. Give him a round of applause, please.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government here present, Your Excellency Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Your Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of IATF Advisory Council, Honorable Wamkele Mene, Secretary General, African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to add my voice to those who spoke before me in conveying our wholehearted appreciation and gratitude to our host, President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, and the people of South Africa for the warm welcome and hospitality accorded to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Durban. Likewise, we extend our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the government of the Republic of South Africa, African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, and African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat for organizing this event. Excellencies, I wish to convey sincere apologies from Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who was supposed to be here with you today. However, due to unavoidable circumstances, she could not make it. She has asked me to convey her best wishes for the successful staging of the second Intra-African Trade Fair 2021. Excellencies, the United Republic of Tanzania has always been at the forefront in spearheading the spirit of Pan-Africanism. This second Intra-African Trade Fair has come at a time when the world is struggling for economic recovery from the effects of COVID-19. Therefore, the theme of the trade fair, which is building bridges for successful AfCFTA, is timely and pertinent to the current efforts undertaken by governments to strengthen their economies through the implementation of this agreement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is a flagship program of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, of boosting intra-African trade, both in goods and services. It is gratifying to note that since the signing of the agreement on 21st March 2018, 54 member states have signed the agreement, while 41 have so far ratified it. You may wish to note that the United Republic of Tanzania has been part of this process and is among the countries which have signed and ratified the agreement. I believe that this is an opportune time for all of us to see the great potential and opportunity for Africa to transform its economy through implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area. Excellencies, as we have witnessed here today, the second Intra-African Trade Fair brings together policymakers and business community from Africa and beyond to share trade, investment, and market information. Furthermore, it provides a platform to discuss challenges and find common solutions to support intra-African trade and the economic integration of the continent. Therefore, it is important that we make the maximum use of the opportunity of attending this trade fair. Excellencies, it is a pity to see that Africa trades more with the rest of the world, even on goods and services which can easily be produced or offered by our local entrepreneurs. This is mostly due to infrastructure challenges to link our continent, insufficient financing, and inadequate productivity. In this situation, it is apparent that we need to exert more efforts in addressing these challenges. We should keep on moving while resolving them on the way, taking into account the fact that time is not on our side. Excellencies, in an effort to address the infrastructure challenges, the United Republic of Tanzania is continuing to rehabilitate major ports, construct a standard gauge railway line to connect with neighboring countries which are landlocked, and develop a major energy infrastructure in the southern part of the country, which was alluded to earlier. It is our hope that these projects will contribute immensely in boosting inter-African trade through the implementation of the AfCFTA. Excellencies, as I conclude, I wish to reaffirm the United Republic of Tanzania's commitment in the implementation of the AfCFTA for the benefit and prosperity of African countries and our people as a whole. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd now like to call on His Excellency Lazarus Chakwera, President, Republic of Malawi, please. Republic of Malawi, round of applause.
Your Excellency, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, Chairman of the Intra-African Trade Fair Advisory Council and former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, trade amongst ourselves as African nations is a baby conceived in the womb of our agreement, but a baby that is yet to be fully delivered through our actions. The African Continental Free Trade Area was ratified 11 months ago, but there remains much work to be done to turn Africa into an area where the goods and services from all African nations are traded freely in all African nations. There remain many obstacles to be lifted to reverse the fact that 85% of goods traded in Africa come from outside Africa. And one obstacle we must lift to close the gap between our trading dreams and our trading realities is the lack of information about what goods and services supplied in one nation have a market in another. The Intra-African Trade Fair goes a long way to lift this obstacle, and I invite you to visit the Malawi booth, where close to 30 of my country's captains of industry are ready to do business. But for each of the 30 businesses who have come with me here, there are 30,000 who have not. That is why I must say that if we really want to promote intra-African trade, then our aim must not be one intra-African trade fair in one country every 2 years, but 55 intra-African trade fairs in 55 African nations every year, and even some that are product-specific. And the second biggest obstacle we must lift to close the gap between trading policy and trading practice is the lack of access to the markets in our respective nations. To make intra-African trade a reality, we must make our border procedures intra-African, our transport infrastructure intra-African, our bus line, rail line, airline routes intra-African, our electricity distribution intra-African, our fiber and broadband connectivity intra-African, our investment policies intra-African, our industrialization and urbanization drives intra-African, and our shops intra-African. Africa cannot be a free trade area until, as member states, remove the obstacles that hinder Africans from trading freely across Africa. And when that happens, Africa will not just be free to trade, but free to demand a better seat at the table of nations. And that time is now. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those powerful words. Now I will now call on His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, the President, Republic of Zimbabwe.
Your Excellency, my dear brother, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Obasanjo, President of the Afrexim Bank, Dr. Orama, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, heads of regional economic communities who may be here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to be part of this second Intra-African Trade Fair being held under the theme, Building Bridges for a Successful African Continental Free Trade Area. Allow me to thank our host and brother, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, for the warm welcome and hospitality since our arrival this morning. I further commend His Excellency Nana Odo, Kufuor, President of the Republic of Ghana, and His Excellency Mr. Mene, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretary General, for the sterling work done to date setting up the Secretariat in Accra, Ghana. Excellencies, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us invaluable lessons on the need for Africa to strengthen our intra-Africa production and trade ecosystem. This must talk to our diverse needs while effectively relating to the global value chains. Additionally, climate change has ushered in an era of frequent occurrences of extreme weather conditions. These have had an adverse impact on health, food, and water security, as well as the socio-economic development of our respective countries. Building capacities to help us hedge against the effects of global warming is therefore urgent. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and this Intra-Africa Trade Fair provide huge market opportunities and prospects for stimulating industrial development, economic diversification, and value chain development, among other aspects. These allow Africa to showcase the vast trade and investment opportunities existing in our different countries. The multi-pronged benefits of such platforms will undoubtedly have far-reaching impacts on the improvement of the quality of life of the people of our continent. As member states, investors and participants, Let us use this and other initiatives across our regional economic communities to vault Africa's transformation for the benefit of present and the future generations. To this end, it is necessary for our African continent to scale up investments in innovation, science and technology, as well as research and development, leveraging on our various unique resources, ornaments, and comparative advantages. The modernization of agriculture, agro-processing, development of pharmaceuticals and mineral beneficiation, among other aspects, must remain our collective priority. The youth dividend on the continent further provides immense possibilities for accelerated employment, empowerment, and wealth creation through increased production, productivity, and trade. In our quest to build bridges for a successful African continental free trade agreement, it is imperative that the economic environment in our respective countries facilitates the requisite ecosystems to support youth startups and women-owned businesses. The ease of doing business mechanisms must be incorporated to enhance the ability of these groups to benefit from the economic advantages associated with our continental free trade agreement. As we march towards achieving the Africa we want, it is equally important to strengthen our resolve to realize development that leaves no one and no place behind on the continent. In this regard, the centrality of investments in skills and training and the capacity building cannot be overemphasized, especially in the agro sector, where the majority of participants hail from rural communities in our respective countries. The modernization and development of cross-border infrastructure projects to facilitate intra-Africa trade is a key cog to accelerate continental integration. These projects must seek to broaden the penetration and usage of information technologies. Penetration and usage of information communication technologies, as well as to upgrade and modernize ports of entry, establish more efficient one-stop border posts, and the development of transport corridors, among others, especially to the landlocked countries. Zimbabwe stands ready to play its part in advancing our vision of an economically integrated continent. As such, my government continues to undertake national projects which complement the aspirations of both our region, SADC, and the continent as a whole. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, technological advancements under the fourth industrial revolution, including information communication technologies, should be harnessed to broaden the scope for trade, networking, and business interactions. Furthermore, let us continue to take advantage of the various trade showcases and fairs, such as this Intra-African Trade Fair, to promote the investment opportunities, products, and services we have to offer. In our case in Zimbabwe, we host annually the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair and stand ready to welcome more exhibitors from across the continent and beyond. We will transform Africa, building the Africa we want, brick upon brick, stone upon stone. In conclusion, allow me to wish you, Your Excellency, President, my dear brother, Cyril Ramaphosa, a successful hosting of the event and delegates, investors and exhibitors, a fruitful 2021 Intra-Africa Trade Fair. I thank you.
It's wonderful to hear from all our leaders with their vision of intra-Africa trade and what the African Continental Free Trade Area means and can mean for us. I'm now going to call on the president of my own home country, Nigeria. It gives me great joy to invite His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Your Excellency, the host president, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, Presidents and Heads of Governments, Chairman, Your Excellency General Chief, former President of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, whom I served under him as Minister of Petroleum for 3¼ years. President and Chief Executive Officer of Afri-Exim Bank and heads of financial partners, ministers and government officials, President, captains of industries, and other businessmen, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Mr. President, I wish to specifically thank you for inviting me to attend this program. Let me at the outset convey on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria and myself our deepest condolences at the passing of the former President of South Africa, Mr. Frederick William de Klerk. Together with former President Mandela, they gave birth to a new South Africa. I send my condolences to his family and friends. Today is a great day for Africa as we start our collaborative journey towards collective economic prosperity through the African Continental Free Trade Area. I very much look forward to see more African products manufactured in Africa using African resources. Let me start by congratulating the African Union Commission, the African Continental Free Trade Export-Import Bank, for their dedication and relentless effort in seeing this very worthy initiative become a reality. I also commend the people of Durban for hosting this year's Intra-African Trade Fair. I sincerely hope that we will witness milestone agreements among African businesses at this gathering. Through these gatherings, we will be laying a solid foundation for future business to business and government to government cooperation. Most of Africa's existing challenges, whether security, economy, or corruption, can be traced to our inability over the years to domesticate the production of our most basic requirements and provide jobs to our teeming and dynamic youth population. Under the African Continental Free Trade Area, we can double our African trade by 2030, reduce our reliance on imports, and therefore create more jobs within the continent. We cannot achieve this goal by talking alone. The implementation will be a difficult journey. But all challenges are surmountable if both the public and private sectors collaborate. On the public sector side, governments must support local entrepreneurs to build scale and therefore improve productivity. This means providing incentives to encourage our businesses to formalize and comply with laid down regulations. Free trade must also be fair, and fairness can only be achieved when there is full compliance with regulations, especially those relating to rules of origin. The African Continental Free Trade Area is for made in Africa products and services. Africa must be a marketplace where no country is left behind. As we implement, we must ensure that we create jobs and enhance revenues for all parties. We must leverage on one another's strengths to succeed. Our business people must key into existing regional value chains or build new ones, either to extend operations into the higher value segments of their industries or to satisfy the area's rules of origin requirements. The Intra-African Trade Fair is uniquely positioned to help in these areas. Let me assure you that Nigeria has come to Durban in full force to actively participate in this very important trade fair and take full advantage of all the opportunities it provides. We have streamlined the country's participation under one roof to enable you access all the information you need. As many as are aware, in the past 5 years, Nigeria has made significant strides towards the diversification of our economy from an oil revenue-dependent country to a nation with diverse revenue sources. We were able to achieve this by putting in place fiscal, monetary, and trade policies that support investments and investors in key sectors such as agriculture, mining, telecommunications, and digital economy, banking and financial services, tourism, and manufacturing. We also introduced reforms, key institutions, as well as policies to fight corruption and ease the way of doing business in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria is open for business. I wish you all a very successful fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you, Your Excellencies. That concludes the special remarks from our special guests, the heads of state. Now, I will now call on for the introductory remarks the Honorable Ibrahim Patel, Minister of Trade and Industry, Republic of South Africa.
His Excellency President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, business leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It will be my honor and pleasure in a moment to welcome and invite our keynote speaker, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, to address us and officially open the trade fair. President Ramaphosa is, among others, a man of numbers. You sometimes ask, Mr. President, what is the bottom line? This trade fair's rationale can be summed up in a few numbers that speak powerfully to our reality. Africa has 17% of the world's population, yet only 3% of world trade, less than 3% of world GDP, 2% of world manufacturing output, and less than 1% of the world's steel and car production. So this then is both our challenge and the opportunity summed up, namely to industrialize our continent, to manufacture more, to grow more, to trade more with each other. And it is to break the historical pattern that Africa does not produce that which it consumes, and it does not consume that which it produces. Mr. President, you visited this beautiful city just a few weeks ago, less than 3 weeks ago. And you were in the city to open a new production line of a large global car maker, Toyota Motor Corporation, and the launching of the first commercial-scale green vehicle assembled on the African continent, a hybrid that contains both an electric motor and an internal combustion engine. Today, I wish again to welcome the President, this time not in a car production facility, not on the shop floor, but here, in an industrial exhibition, in a deal-making platform, in the presence of distinguished visitors and exhibitors, heads of state, business persons, ministers of trade, at this event that showcases African production, African agriculture, African culture, and African services. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, distinguished and honest guests, please join me in welcoming the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, to officially open the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, to launch now the 7 days of trade, of investment promotion, of deal-making, of policy discussions, and of technical workshops. Welcome, Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa. I invite you to the podium. The floor is yours.
Program Director, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Obasanjo, who is the chair of the Intra-African Trade Fair Advisory Council, Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, President Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Your Excellency, President Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, President Chakwera, the President of the Republic of Malawi and Chairperson of the Southern African Development Community, Your Excellency Edward Girente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, Your Excellency President Hussein Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sihle Zikalala, Minister of Trade and Industry, Ibrahim Patel, and President of the Board of Directors of Afri-Exim Bank, and convener of the Intra-African Trade, Professor Benedict Orama, the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Mr. Wamkele Mene, the former African Union Chairperson, Union Commission Chairperson, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, ministers and deputy ministers, MECs and distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely proud and pleased to have this opportunity to address this Intra-Africa Trade Fair and to open it. I'd like to firstly thank and applaud three people who are really the movers and shakers of this Africa Trade Fair. That is Professor Orama, President Obasanjo, and our Premier here in this province, Mr. Sihle Zikalala. They have worked tirelessly to have this trade fair happening as it is, and I'm rather proud of their tireless work that they've put into this. There was a time when I thought it would never take off, but they have delivered, and thank you very much for all your hard work. I would also like to thank my brothers and sister in the form of the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who couldn't come but sent President Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, was also Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for honoring me and KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa by your presence at this Intra-Africa Trade Fair. It doesn't often happen that heads of state attend trade fairs. I don't know what you've come to buy. It's possible you've come to buy something, but I want to thank you for having honored me by your presence here when I called some of you. You gladly accepted the invitation to come. So thank you very much for being here. On the 1st of January in 2021, this year, the African Continental Free Trade Area commenced trading, making this trade fair the first to take place since we reached the most significant milestone in our quest for African economic integration. In 2018, the first Intra-Africa Trade Fair opened in Egypt, in the ancient city of Cairo. Today, it is opening here in the southernmost tip of our African continent. In due course, we hope that this trade fair will be held in many other parts of our continent, as it has already proven since we held the first one in Egypt, that it enhances trade. And our mission as Africans is to enhance trade and integration on our continent. So this fair belongs to all of us. The goods and products and services exhibited at this fair represent all the countries of Africa, and its success rests on the participants who are going to be participating here. The AFCTA aspires to connect all the regions of Africa to deepen economic integration and to boost intra-African trade and investment. This AFCTA of ours aspires to create a single market for goods and services across our 55 countries on our continent, creating a market of as much as 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion. This trade fair is about building bridges. It is about connecting countries. It is about connecting people as well. It brings together governments, buyers, investors, entrepreneurs, manufacturers from more than 55 countries, in many ways to give life to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The countries of Africa are open for business. Since ancient times, trade has been the engine that connected our people and communities, both near and far. From the ancient centers of learning like Alexandria, Timbuktu, to the northern civilizations in Egypt, Carthage, the western kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, Songhai, trans-Saharan trade routes, the eastern trading centers of Zanzibar, Mombasa, Mogadishu, to the ancient southern civilizations of Great Zimbabwe and Mapungubwe. For many centuries, Africans traded goods that they produced themselves. Throughout history, Africa has had a network of trade routes that facilitated the flow of goods such as gold, beads, gum, metalworks, salt, textiles, metals, and many others. These trade routes enabled African traders to seek out markets also beyond our continent. Colonialism deepened the damage that has been wrought on our continent, but it also damaged the indigenous development of African trade and caused a great deal of harm to our societies, and in many ways destroyed all those trade routes and interconnectedness that we had for centuries on our continent. At first, Europeans traded in African lives, carrying millions of slaves across the Atlantic to produce the wealth of their newfound colonies. The wealth that resides in the United States, that dazzles so many people, the wealth that resides in Europe that dazzles so many people, in large part is wealth that originated from this continent. Then, with the realization of Africa's vast raw materials, colonial powers turned to the extraction of Africa's minerals and agricultural products. Much of the economic storyline of colonialism persists to this day. Now, Africa is taking concrete steps to write its own economic success story. And this Intra-Africa Trade Fair is part of that story. Africa is opening up new fields of opportunity. One such opportunity is Africa's rapid adoption of locally developed fintech, of which companies such as M-Pesa is the most well-known and globally known. It is an example of financial and technological innovation in which Africa leads the world. A recent report by the Brookings Institution notes that Africa is already the largest adopter of mobile money transfer systems, comprising nearly half of the globe's registered mobile money customers. Approximately 70% of global mobile money transactions and 2/3 of the transactions by volume and by value as well. It is by harnessing all our capabilities, both existing and emerging, that we will accelerate our continent's economic growth and integrated development. It is our expectation that this trade fair will further cement its position as Africa's premier trade platform, where African manufacturers and producers can promote and sell more goods labeled "Made in Africa." I think many of us long to see that wonderful and golden label where we will see "Made in Africa," not made anywhere else in the world. This is critical if we are to change the distorted trade relationship that exists between African countries and the rest of the world. We can no longer have a situation where Africa exports raw materials and imports finished goods made with those materials. We can no longer have a situation where the resources of Africa provide employment and add value in other economies, while so many of our people live in poverty and conditions of underemployment. By promoting trade between African countries, we are strengthening our own continent's industrial base and ensuring that we produce goods for ourselves and for each other. Two key developments of global significance can serve as a stimulus for Africa to act in unison. Firstly, the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in the first quarter of 2020 exposed the frailty of African economies. More importantly, it sent a powerful message to our continent about the dangers of over-reliance on external sources to meet its growing demand for food, medicines, and essential supplies. It clearly demonstrated that Africa needs to produce its own food and medicines, to strengthen continental supply chains, and to invest in infrastructure and capacitate African institutions. To illustrate the extent of the challenge, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa estimates that Africa imports about 94% of its pharmaceutical and medicinal needs from outside the continent at an annual cost of $16 billion. Secondly, the African Continental Free Trade Area has the potential to accelerate economic growth across the continent and create opportunities for entrepreneurs, for small and medium enterprises, as well as large corporations to flourish. The AfCFTA will provide new export opportunities for made-in-Africa products and enable member countries to trade with each other without tariffs or other hindrances. All of this will, in the end, help the continent to absorb the young people on our continent looking to enter the job market annually. The AfCFTA should therefore be underpinned by strong and ambitious rules of origin, requiring a very high level of value add here and on our continent. We need, as Africans, to resist the temptation to simply become transshipment centers, adding only limited industrial value to the products that are traded on our continent. The AfCFTA will unlock more value and give effect to the dream of African development if it promotes complementary trade between countries. It is about using the combination of the continent's raw materials and industrial capacity, which must grow, but also using the finance, the services, and infrastructure to produce quality finished goods to local and global markets. It is about creating a market that is large enough to attract investors from across the world to set up their production facilities on our continent, but to do so on our terms. We need to leverage platforms such as the Intra-Africa Trade Fair to mobilize all African governments, together with our social partners, to work tirelessly to address youth unemployment. Half of Africa's population are women. In fact, more than half. And they are the dominant actors in the informal sectors on Africa's economic landscape. But despite this, women only generate around a third of the continent's combined GDP. It is important that the Intra-Africa Trade Fair should give special attention to African women in business, recognizing their great potential as drivers of economic change across the continent. Trade is built on a bedrock of investment. But trade is also built on the bedrock of human capital. And on our continent, the women of our continent are that bedrock, and let's unleash them so that they can play their key role. We must therefore find ways of attracting more investment into our economies, and crucially, we must encourage African businesses to invest in each other's countries. And this is where we as African countries need to ensure that we remove impediments, we remove and relax the red tape that one often finds on our own continent, which impedes cross-investment on our continent. This also requires that we ease and improve the way of doing business in our countries and provide protection for investors through strong and independent legal systems that will ensure that the sanctity of contract and fair and expeditious legal processes. It means also that investors must be sensitive to our continent's development goals with regard to jobs, industrialization, localization, and the development of local entrepreneurs. The conditions of Africa's workers must also be looked at. The conditions of Africa's workers must improve as part of our development goals and the decent work agenda that all of us have committed to must find expression in our trade, investment, and industrial frameworks. On the 24th of May, 1963, independent Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah, whose hologram we watched earlier here, delivered his famous "We must unite now or perish" speech in Addis Ababa, and it was at the same time. His words are as true today as they were when the Organization of African Unity was formed. And he said, open quotes, "With our united resources, energies, and talents, we have the means, as soon as we have shown the will, to transform the economic structures of our individual states from poverty to that of wealth, from inequality to the satisfaction of popular needs. Only on a continental basis," he said, "shall we be able to plan the proper utilization of all our resources for the full development of our continent," close quote. Now is the time for action. The prophetic words that he pronounced then should be acted on, and I would say this is the time for action now. As countries, we must work with speed to resolve any outstanding issues around the AfCFTA. Let those countries that have not already ratified the AfCFTA do so. And let us take the necessary steps towards domestication. We are greatly encouraged by the sentiment expressed by the African Development Bank a few weeks ago that the implementation of the AfCFTA will be a key component of the bank's lending program, and that working with the AfCFTA Secretariat, the bank hopes to amass a number of AFCTA-aligned investments. Finance should be available to all our countries for us to, one, industrialize, to improve our agriculture, and to do a whole lot of other things to produce products and services. South Africa stands ready to work closely with all African countries to forge more balanced, equitable, and fair trade relations amongst African nations. On the 24th of March 2022, South Africa will host its 4th South Africa Investment Conference in Johannesburg, and we look forward to seeing some of the engagements that start here at this trade fair. Engagements that will come to fruition at this conference. Engagements that will start here from contact to contract when they come to the investment conference that we will hold in 2022. I'd like to therefore welcome you all to South Africa and encourage you to enjoy and experience the warm hospitality of this great city of Durban here in KwaZulu-Natal, our province. I also invite you to take time to explore this great city and even to President Hichilema by saying to you, yes, you are welcome to also go to Nongoma, which is very closely associated with Nangoma in your own country. And here also in South Africa, you could possibly find a place which is closely related to your own name, Hichilema. In Limpopo, you could go to a place called Hachilema. So we are related and connected in many, many ways. So to all the participants, I wish you a productive days ahead as we work to transform our continent and as you brush shoulders with one another. In Egypt, we were able to amass trade and investment amounting to about $40 billion. I am hoping that here, in this warm city of Durban, you will be able to outstrip what was done in the ancient city of Cairo. This is Durban. Things happen here in Durban. So go ahead and trade.
Things happen here in Durban. Fantastic stuff. I want to thank His Excellency for those rousing words, and thank you for hosting the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2021. We wonder who's going to be the host of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2023. Well, I will tell you right now. No, I'm not going to tell you, actually. You'll have to wait a few minutes because we'll be announcing shortly which country has won the chance to host IATF 2023. But first, we're going to do a quick panel, please. Just one question each. That's all time I've got for. This panel is on the power of partnerships, the power of the AFCFTA, and the importance of platforms like this, the IATF. I'm going to now call on my panelists and ask them to start to sit on these chairs over here. If I could ask Professor Benedict Orama to come and join me, sir. Professor Orama, and please give them a round of applause as we call them up. Mr. Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the AFCFTA, please join and take the next seat. It's my pleasure to invite Her Excellency Mrs. Naveen Gamir, who's Minister of Trade and Industry for the Arab Republic of Egypt, to take the third seat there. Ms. Pamela Coke-Hamilton, Executive Director, International Trade Center, please join us as well. Second seat, yeah. Ambassador Albert Muchanga, please join us, Commissioner for Trade and Industry, African Union. Right here. Engineer Hani Salem Sonbol, CEO, International Islamic Trade Finance, right here. Mr. Wally Tinubu, Group Chief Executive, Owando PLC, please join me.
Sorry? Nice socks. Oh, thank you.
No, Mr. Roberto Vidal Ferreira, Executive Director, Business Development, Mota Engil. And Mr. Akin Dada makes up the Group Chief Executive, Group Executive, Corporate Investment Bank, Echo Bank Group. And joining us virtually, Her Excellency Dr. Vera Songwe, Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa. Hopefully we have a good connection there. Let's see if we can see her.
Is it okay?
Can you bring her up? Is she there? Sorry. Ground control to Major Tom. There she is. There she is. Give her a round of applause, please. You're all very welcome. This is going to be a quick fire round, and I'm going to start with Professor Orama. The Intra-Africa Trade Fair, sir, established itself as the premier trade event on the African continent, and its inaugural edition was held in Cairo, Egypt, in December of 2018. What, in your view, in your learned view, have been some of the greatest benefits that companies and countries have derived from that inaugural trade fair?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. As I said in my speech, what the Intra-African Trade Fair did was to begin to unravel the challenges that have been imposed on the continent by colonialism, that the challenges of our not dealing with ourselves. I think for the first time, after so many years, countries, businesses began to see themselves as opportunities. People began to see Africa as a market and not other parts of the world. And we saw concrete outcomes. $32 billion in deals signed, $25 billion already done, $2.5 billion on the way of being done. This is remarkable. And I mentioned the largest intra-regional EPC contract was signed there and is being implemented. The contract for the solar energy I mentioned is being implemented. We have a small trader and a hairdresser in Namibia who was discovered there and who is now featured in the Kenya Airways. And of course, a musician, Nigerian musician was seen there, and I'm sure you know, the Egyptians have invited him every time to come and play when they are doing things in Egypt. This is something we want to replicate as we do these trade fairs going forward. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Connections are being made. Now I'll move down to His Excellency Wamkeli Mene. I wonder if I can give you a two-pronged question. The first one is to give me as quickly as you can. We know the AFCFTA is a work in progress. Much work still needs to be done by member states. So if you could quickly tell us what phase the negotiations are at and how they're going, plus how important is the IATF to the AFCFTA?
Well, thank you very much. First, let me just note the progress that has been made. In less than 5 years, we've been able to achieve rules of origin, what the heads of states were talking about, local content requirements on close to 7,500 products. So we are now 87% agreed on what those local content rules should be, and that's quite an achievement. We have 39 countries that have deposited their instruments of ratification, and that too is a very, very critical signal that the entire continent wants the AFCFTA to succeed, wants to integrate our market and to industrialize. Even those countries that have not yet ratified are going through their domestic legal processes, and I'm sure in no time, early next year, we will move faster. The AITF is very important because, as I mentioned yesterday in a different format, Afreximbank is a twin to the AFCFTA. Once you reduce barriers to trade, you have to have a second component, and that is the financing. The third component, which again is critical with Afreximbank, is the trade fair. We have to match the market access, the new markets, match that with traders, with exhibitors, with goods, with services from across the African continent, so that we're able to give commercial meaningfulness to trading under the AFCFTA on the African continent.
Thank you very much. I'll now move on to Vera Songwe of ECA, the Executive Secretary of ECA. My question to you, Madam, is the focus when it comes to the AFCFTA and intra-Africa trade is so much usually focused on the trade of goods, but equally important is the trade in services. Where are the opportunities there?
Thank you, distinguished Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure with you today. First of all, let me start by congratulating Afreximbank for this amazing production, including, of course, the Mayor of Durban and His Excellency President Ramaphosa for receiving us. Very quickly, I think when we talk about the AFCFTA, which is Africa's build forward into the future for prosperity agenda, we always forget tourism. But today, tourism has the potential of creating an extra $50 billion more in our GDP. 10% of the continent's exports are already in tourism. Everybody who is in South Africa today is contributing to this statistic. It is a statistic that we can easily double and triple if we did well. When we talk about tourism, we're of course talking about transport, we're talking about financial services, we're talking about internet connectivity, and many other things, shipping. And so essentially, and when we talk about the AFCFTA and tourism, we're talking about the smaller economies. We tend to talk about the CFTA and think about the Nigerias and the South Africas of the world. But tourism is Seychelles, Cape Verde, Sao Tome and Principe, Mauritius, Gambia, Morocco, Tunisia, Madagascar, Rwanda, and Botswana. All form part of this contribution to tourism, which underlies the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. And that is why tourism is so important. It also, as President Cyril Ramaphosa said, contributes to jobs. And jobs particularly for women. Women are the ones who trade the out of Africa, the made in Africa products are mostly made by women. So one way of ensuring that we can create jobs, give women an opportunity, and further integrate the continent is by doing two things, which the CFTA already asked for. One, liberalization of free movement of goods and people across the continent. This must be an accompanying protocol to the CFTA for it to deliver what it needs to deliver for the continent. And second, the Economic Commission for Africa is working with the African Union, Ambassador Muchanga, to see how we can develop a comprehensive African tourism strategy, which allows people to move from Zanzibar to Algeria, from Cameroon to Djibouti in a seamless way. That is what tourism will deliver for the continent. We can do tourism well, we can do tourism green, and we can clearly do tourism that leads us to a more prosperous continent. But to do that, we must first of all pass the protocol on free movement, which is one thing we hope we can get done. Again, the work that Professor Orama and Afreximbank are doing, fantastic in that sense, because as President Cyril Ramaphosa spoke about Mansa Musa moving around, we need to trade also in our currencies. And part of this conversation on services is how we ensure that we can trade our goods seamlessly. The Afreximbank has already produced a platform for that. We hope that as part of this Intra-Africa Trade Fair, the $40 billion could also happen through this platform, and Africa can begin to not only develop these institutions, but use them even better. And finally, the COVID-19 has shown us that if Africa trades together, we trade better and we are a healthier nation. By providing the AFCFTA Pharmaceutical Initiative, which the Economic Commission for Africa has been doing with Afreximbank, African Development Bank, and the AU, we have been able to demonstrate that Africa can actually produce its own vaccines. Africa should create value chains that produce vaccines across the continent, and we hope we can continue to grow this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. If Africa trades together, Africa trades better, says Vera Songwe, Executive Secretary of the ECA. I now move on to Her Excellency, Ms. Pamela Coke-Hamilton. You are the Executive Director of the International Trade Center. Actually, the ITC has probably the only development institution that supports the internationalization, should I call it, of SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. How important is the IATF, trade fairs like the IATF, to SMEs?
Thanks so much, Mark. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm really honored to be in South Africa. I'll just make 4 quick points in the interest of time. One, trade fairs like these, which I've run as head of Caribbean Export Development Agency before I got to ITC, present an unparalleled opportunity, not only for businesses, but also for governments to engage in the private sector and the kind of engagement that needs to take place between the private sector and the public sector in aligning for intra-African trade. The second issue is that it also presents the kind of platform that allows integration to take place. It allows buyers to be present and to look at the opportunities. It allows the traders to get exposure that they didn't have before. And a very important aspect of what we've seen here, and I really want to congratulate Professor Omara on this, is that the hybrid approach has become the key element now. And preparation for hybrid trade fairs is going to be the new thing. And so we have to begin to look at that because 4,000 trade fairs were canceled last year. How do we move forward in a hybrid format that takes advantage and democratizes access? The third point is simply that it is a valuable building point for young entrepreneurs. They understand the market, they understand the global world, and they want to be able to move forward. And we've been working with the Young Alliance for Leaders in Africa, YALDA, and we're hoping that we will be able to, we did a competition on what does CFTA mean for young Africans, and we will now see what they think. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I'll now move on. As we know, the first IATF was in Cairo, in Egypt, so it's great to have the Minister of Trade and Industry of Egypt here with us. Welcome, madam. My question to you, Egypt is such a kind of already a powerhouse when it comes to manufacturing. You manufacture car parts, pharmaceuticals, medical devices. I mean, it is a powerful industry, Egypt. Now, and since the 1990s, in fact, Egypt has used public-private partnerships to successfully manage very, very big projects. You've done it very well. So my question to you is, what can other countries learn from that?
اسمح لي هتكلم باللغة العربية. بداية متشكرة طبعا على المداخلة واسمح لي ان انا اعبر عن سعادتي بوجودي في ساوث افريكا وفي وجود مثل هذا الحدث وفي حضور فخامة الرئيس وانا سعيدة بمشاركتي من جمهورية مصر العربية معاكم النهارده. لو احنا هنتكلم على نقطة الشراكة ما بين القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص وخبرة مصر في هذا الموضوع، سبق ليها أن سنت تشريعات كثيرة للشراكة ما بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام، وده كان حصل عندنا في 2006 ومن خلال إنشاء وحدة مركزية لإدارة هذه الشراكة. من أهم البرامج اللي احنا في الوقت الحالي مصر بتشتغل فيها وتعبر عن الشراكة ما بين القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص مبادرة احنا بنفخر بيها في مصر وهي مبادرة حياة كريمة. المقصود بيها هذه المبادرة ان احنا بنرفع بمستوى البنية التحتية والحياة والاقتصادية والمستوى الاقتصادي لأكثر من 60 مليون مواطن مصري من 100 مليون. فإحنا تجربة هذه المبادرة بتترجم الشراكة ما بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع الحكومي لأن كل اللي بيشارك معانا في إجراء البنية التحتية هم من شركات القطاع الخاص وهي تجربة إحنا بنعتز بيها وبرنامجها يمتد ل3 سنوات وبنشتغلها برعاية كريمة من فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي.
Thank you very much, Madam. Now, I will now move on to His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Trade and Industry at the African Union Commission. It's always good to see you. How do we utilize the AFCFTA to galvanize both private-public partnerships and also investment?
Thank you very much, Moderator. I'll begin by saying that I'm always criticizing you for not doing enough to gender balance your panels.
All right.
You've let me down again.
I'm sorry. I'll do better next time.
Then let me also correct you since you've been repeating it. The full title of my position is Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, and Mining.
Indeed.
And that includes investment, that includes entrepreneurship, innovation, oil and gas, and tourism. Now, the African continental free trade area is a big and growing market. It's 1.3 billion people right now, and by 2025, it will be 1.5 billion people, and by 2030, it will be 1.7 billion people. And in addition to that, there's growth of the gross domestic product.
Is that you?
And to ensure that we fully utilize this market, we need to go into collaborative arrangements with various stakeholders. We need to collaborate with the academia to undertake research and development. Some time back, the African Union heads of state and government committed that they would annually put 1% of their GDP towards research and development. So that's the message now we're going to the heads of state and government to say, we want you to commit to coming up with the funding for research and development so that we transform our research, our universities into research universities, and the public sector, the private sector can then be geared to make use of the outcomes of research and development. That is one level of private-public partnership engagements. With the creation of this large market, which is going to grow, there will be needs of transport, communication, energy, and other infrastructure activities. And the private sector really see a lot of opportunities and coming up with the public-private partnerships in these areas. Already, a South African company has visited our offices to see how we can work together to realize the vision of creating a high-speed train network across Africa. And we are also in touch with the various market players to see how we can increase the supply of energy across Africa. We're talking about manufacturing. Most of the time, our industries cannot produce to capacity because there's a shortage of energy. So there are many other activities where we foresee a situation where the private-public partnerships are going to emerge as a result of the very attractive market with huge potential for growth that we have set up by creating the African continental free trade area. And I'll end by saying, I really respectively needed to be excused. I've kept the African youth startup operators waiting for 3 hours because of this ceremony. And we always say the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. So I think let me go and give them the statement that I was supposed to do instead of keeping them waiting for this long. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll now move on to a practitioner, someone in the field. Now, the energy sector for years has demonstrated the potential of the public-private partnerships investment for economic growth. I want you to, it's a two-pronged question. Wale Tinubu, Group Chief Executive of Owando, my brother from Nigeria. So, first of all, what was Owando's experience? If you can sum up kind of what your experience has been in that. And also, we're moving with this energy transition to a green, more environmental future of energy. What does the private sector, companies like yours, need from the government or to work with the government and indeed take advantage of the AFCFTA?
Thank you very much. I think the first point to note is that with the public-private sector partnerships, as long as there's a willingness to collaborate, then the rest is easy to achieve. And I think one of the things I must say about Nigeria is that we did have very solid support from our government. We wanted to create indigenous success stories, and an enabling environment was provided for us via Local Contact Act and via access to opportunities. And we're able to have a collaborative approach towards creating a policy that worked with us rolling out opportunities. So for example, we built extensive gas pipelines within the country, and we're able to have the NMPC enter into appropriate financial structures with us, wherein we took the gas on credit, we're able to raise financing within the local environment, and we built out an extensive gas pipeline network. Now, I think the same principles apply on a continental scale, in the sense that the presidents have set a lofty ideal for us regarding international trade